All right, we're live. If you're watching this VOD, tonight we're doing a quick pop stress test. It's, I think, partially to check some changes that we've made since the last stress test, but also partially just because it's about to be Christmas. And I think giving the opportunity for folks to hop in for 8 hours tonight. I won't be streaming for all of it. At least I don't believe so. So it won't be an 8-hour VOD. Let's see what else is there. No telling how it's going to go. Could come up, run smooth, could come up, choke. No idea on this one. Like I said, it's pretty quick turnaround. So enjoy the VOD. Thanks again for checking these out. Thanks again for all the cool comments. And yeah, I think that covers it. In the meantime, I'll start saying hi to people. I'm starting about, I don't know, 45 minutes early. So we've got a little bit of time before this thing, the test actually kicks off. Hey Thadvic, Chili Sauce, Primus, Code and Caffeine, what's going on, guys? Monologue mode engaged. Now I'll just talk to you guys. Sorry, I immediately went quiet because Brian, just posted some new images of some of the stuff that's going on at the ground level within Evershade, and looks pretty amazing. So, kind of want to share that right now. A little sneak peek. People know better than to share something on Slack that looks that cool if they don't want it to be shared here. So you guys that are early will get to see it, and then everybody else can just watch it on. Hey Nick. So give me 1 minute and I'll let you guys see it. I just want to respond back. No, they can't hear you on the stream, Nick. I've got the little secret agent earbud in. Yeah, these images look fantastic, guys. So I'm actually gonna open them up so you guys can check them out. Hey Sarinth, were you guys happy with the performance increase on the last test? Yeah, it's heading in a very positive direction. I think if I'm remembering correctly, I think things still got a little wobbly at like 500 people in the zone. And then as it tapered off later, as people were going into other zones and stuff, I think we were sitting around 3 something and it was looking pretty decent. And I believe there's still optimizations and things that we're finding. And I mean, we've got a year to try to get things even better before early access. So, I mean, 500 people in an MMO zone. I mean, Night Harbor, if Night Harbor wasn't so crazy, then I would say then we're already kind of at a place where it's like we're solid, right? Because especially once 1.0 is out and the full game world's there, jamming 500 people into a zone is one of those things where it's typically going to be such an exception to the rules that when you do that, you kind of expect some shit to get weird. Like, do you remember being an EQ and like 300 people piling into a zone? I was on the team when I could have sworn, I think it was Jeff Peterson's code changes that made it so that we could hit 300 without like a zone kind of like crashing out. Remember the zone would just crash? And I thought that would happen around like 200. And then there's a lot of optimization on the net code. I think when Peterson came in, and I mean, hopefully I'm not stealing somebody else's credit or whatever, or reassigning it. I'm not stealing it, but you know what I mean. But I definitely remember that being something that was on the radar. Because there were those situations where people were like throwing 300 plus people at a raid, and stuff would get really squirrely and then crash. Let me see. Here, check these out. Sneak peek. These can actually go into update as well since the month's not over. There's one. There's two. Let me know if you like this atmosphere. There's another one. And another one. And another one. And I'm going to close these back out so that the guys that come later, they don't get to see this. I'll probably wind up showing it. But let's pretend like they won't see it for now. All right. Couple of questions. First of all, checks. Merry Christmas. Hey, Merry Christmas to everybody. Just in case you pop out of here before I get a chance to say it later. Hey, what's up, Isan? I've been looking at daydreaming about the future and looking at some properties up in your region. Beautiful. Live from the new house, you said. Cool. Definitely has Wood Elf vibes. Coding caffeine, that is that's the goal. So good. Chili Sauce asks, do you know if religion affected factions in Night Harbor, or if the faction changes in general diminish the whole arbitrage thing? It seemed way less profitable last go. Vendors were apprehensive to all the characters I tried with different races. Could of course be totally off base. It's feasible. I don't know 100%. It would make sense that could happen. I just don't know. Ollie might have an answer for you. It would make sense that it would happen. And it will eventually, unless I'm just completely off base, be a factor. But I don't know about right this moment. Ollie, if you're listening, the question was, do you know if the religion affected factions in Night Harbor in a way that would change the arbitrage pricing? So the difference between grabbing it off a shady and taking it to the right merchant. I thought faction was a variable in that already, in the price, and then the fact that we've added in religion and have that tied into your factions now means that it would make sense. So I think that's a solid observation, Chili Sauce. Saren said, giving me silver pine woods from WoW, feel along with Eastern Plaguelands. Check says, looks like British Columbia. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about. Did I close them out? I did. Here, I'll leave one up. I'll leave one up in the background. I've already gone back on my promise. Echo Raccoon, good morning. Hey, Sarenth, Merry Christmas. Hey, Liz Biscuits. Actually, I like this one better. We'll do this one. Patch notes, why give the enchanter even more? I saw they got a 10 to 25% hit point buff based on stamina. I haven't seen the patch notes yet. So if they've been posted, they're news to me. If you've got a question on class stuff, Tsunami-san, hit Nick up in Discord. Yeah, I figured he'd be posting them just prior to the test going live. I haven't seen them yet. I either see them kind of after or during the, like in a situation like this during the playtest, or afterwards when I grab them. I'll be grabbing them to throw in the update. McGarren said, "Happy Yule, y'all. The light soon returns." Hey, I don't know what the correct response to that is. In Swedish, I could have sworn it was. What's the? I know they do a Yule. Swedish. But what's the first word? Circles and rings. Merry Christmas. Is it Gott Jul? I think that's what it is. Yep, Gott Jul. Cool. Yeah. Happy Yule, Gott Jul, Merry Christmas. Whatever you guys are into, toss it into chat. Quicksana's got a happy holidays. That counts too. Happy holidays is like the Target version of Merry Christmas. Hey, Quicksana. Happy Eminem Test Day. That counts as well. You missed something? What do you think why do you think you missed something, Quicksana? Just reading more conversation about the zone. Pajami Sammy, hello. Anybody else sneak in? Circles and rings. It says are you new here or just were you lurking the whole time before? I'm doing this without energy drinks, guys. You're new? Right on. Where are you from? Like, not necessarily in the world unless you want to share that, but how did you arrive here? My blood sugar appreciates it. I'm still, I did eat some candy earlier, but it's definitely better than, yeah, I just had like a little bit of a sore throat thing going on for a couple days. So it wasn't anything major. I thought I was getting sick and I ended up not getting sick, but thank you. You're from Sweden? No shit. Okay. Well, that was a great coincidence. Jag talar inte svenska. McGarren, nah, it's not a detox. I was kissing my dog earlier, And I think I've still got dog hair. I decided I had like a really bad I had a really bad stomach ache for 2 days. It was just kind of random a few weeks ago, and maybe like 3 or 4 weeks ago. But it was right after I had like, I don't know, I was drinking like another Red Bull or something, and I was like, you know what? If this is what getting an ulcer or something like that feels like, I think maybe I'll just chill out, because I went from just drinking energy drinks like a Red Bull or a Monster on nights when I had to stream, because typically I'm tired by the time the stream kicks off. I've probably been up and either, you know, at my desk or back and forth for a good 12 hours, and then stream kicks off and I'm like zero energy. So I've used that as an excuse to drink Red Bull or Monster or whatever during the stream, and then I've noticed in recent months, like the last half of the year, I'm probably drinking 1 or 2 a day, and that's just kind of, it's unnecessary. So I decided might as well stop that as well. So far it's been fine. I mean, I like them, they're tasty, but so is candy and a bunch of other shit that's not good for you. Let's see. Circles and Rings says, been checking out the game for a while, loving what I've seen so far. Where do you typically check out the game? Is it just from like VODs or... Oh, interesting. The camera moves, so... Or maybe it's my chair position. You can see random stuff behind me for a change. Coffee with alt sugar might be good. I just like regular sugar. I'm not trying to get away from like sugar. I love sugar. I think it's like the acidity and stuff like that I was more worried about. You quit caffeine, took forever to stop being tired. Yeah, maybe one of these days I'll do that. You need at least one vice, right? Been seeing videos on YouTube. Cool. Glad that paid off. Is that how you found us? Just like it got recommended or something? Oh, awesome. Perfect. Then the VODs work. And they're doing their job. Well, it's cool that you're here. I lived in Stockholm for 3 years. So it's always cool when somebody from Sweden pops in. Hey, Tyhex. We got about 30 minutes until the playtest kicks off. Urban Artifact Beer said black coffee may arguably be good for you anyway. Good for your liver. I will keep that in mind. Anything that's good for my lover. McGarren says, yeah, normal caffeine is irritating to me a fair bit, especially in my bladder. I highly recommend green tea. Oh, I can't do that. I can't. It's so hard for me to get back into teas. These just taste like barely flavored water to me. Not sure what to play today. Sonelson88. Does anybody have any recommendations? What's hanging you up? Do you have a class that you typically like to play and then you're trying something new, or chat? Why don't you help Sonelson out? Albert94, or sorry, plural. Albert's94 says, I'm from Final Fantasy 14 and got a video about Pantheon. Enjoyed that and found this game through the YouTube rabbit hole that caused it. Nice. It's cool to hear that you're enjoying Pantheon. Albert's, have you played like classic MMOs? Was Pantheon your first trip there? Did you start with Final Fantasy 14? Oh, I just realized I gotta stop doing the whole concentration, sticking my tongue thing out. It's already getting used. Images of it are getting used in Discord, and it's only going to get worse, I'm afraid. So I'll have to remember not to do that. Hey, Corvid. Dawson says, I've played Paladin every playtest so far. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Maybe you want to mix it up. Humjum Jabba says, hello, Sean. Happy holidays. Content updates look great. Lots of progress I see. Is the Hair Drill server going to come back sometime soon? So I can remake Dingus the Vile Terrorizer. Whenever we aren't doing a stress test, they'll likely either be Hair Drill or some version of it available to you. Echo Raccoon says it's my first live stream, second playtest. Really loving what you guys are putting out. Hey, thank you for that. Liz said, now you know why I'm an avatar on my streams. Yeah, I've screwed up. I don't know that I can... I guess in theory I could just switch it out to be an avatar. Might have to do that. Let me know how the music levels are. I'm not listening to it at all. I've got a little earpiece in so I can hear what's going on in our Slack in case anything weird happens when we bring the servers up. Albears94 said, never. Pantheon has been my first, but theme parks don't really encourage the group play that makes them the most fun to me. Interesting. Did you just miss them the first time around, or are you one of our folks that's on the younger end? And by younger end, I think that's like anything under, I don't know, anything under 35 or 32 or so is probably young for our audience to date, or our community, or however you want to say it. It's quiet, but by the time you add gameplay, it'll be fine. Well, this is going to go away once we've got gameplay going, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit. And let me know if it gets too loud. Matcha tea is really good, but a bit pricey. I like matcha tea lattes when I'm out and about. And then somebody above was mentioning yerba mate, or however you pronounce it, yerba mate. They have a lot of bottles of that here in Germany. There's a brand that does that. So I have had a few of those since I quit with the energy drinks. Become an AI avatar and see if Goblin explodes or not. Well, if I become an AI avatar and Goblin doesn't like it, then my AI avatar will just devour him. Final Fantasy XIV is a great example. Pajami, I don't know about that. It looks like a decent game for folks that are into that type of game. Hey, Goblin. Dargith says, can't join the playtest today. Sending my love to you and the team today. Sean and everyone else, best of luck. Hey, thanks. I hope whatever you've got to do today is, I don't know, turns out really awesome for you. Are you going to be able to pop in a bit later, Dargith, when things are going on? Not into the game, but into the stream. Albert says, I really like Final Fantasy XIV, but it's a single-player game disguised as an MMO. Yeah, and a lot of people want that. Obviously, like, apparently, millions and millions of people want that, so there's nothing wrong with that. Let's see. Albert said, yeah, I'm 30, so I didn't really have a chance to play EQ, and I only started MMOs at all in 2017 with Warframe. Been on a slippery slope ever since. How long did you play Warframe? Those guys are out of Frankfurt, unless I'm mistaken. Let's see. Echo Raccoon said my first MMO was EQ back in 2000 when I was in the Coast Guard. Eminem definitely giving me the vibes. It's good to hear. Yeah, it's always nice. It's always nice when folks say that we're hitting that. Because that's one of those things, you know, a lot of people over the years when we've talked about these types of games have said, oh, you know, rose-colored glasses, nostalgia. You think you want it, but you don't. And then we get a lot of comments on YouTube that are saying, hey, actually, I've played it, and it gives me that feel again, which is, I mean, that's a hard thing to hit, so we're pretty proud of it. All My Homies says, does seeing and playing games like Evercraft and Pantheon motivate you and the team to continue to push M&M? Also, do you guys study the trends so that you don't make the same mistakes, or will adjust an idea you've had off of playing their game? Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no reason to not look at that stuff and kind of see. We have discussions pretty regularly about whether or not something that's been changed in something like Eco or Evercraft, sorry, or things that are going on in Pantheon or honestly any other game, whether or not the change is something that is, do we agree with it or not? Do we agree with it for their game and go, okay, well, that makes sense for their game, but it may not make sense for ours. We have those kinds of conversations all the time, and they're very difficult conversations. Very difficult conversations to have sometimes because, you know, the easy thing is just to always look at some other reference and just go, okay, they did this, so we should do that, right? And it's an easy thing to do if we're not thinking about what we think our identity is and how best to preserve that and maintain a certain feel, maintain certain challenges, add certain quality of life, keep certain pain points, right? I mean, that is the essence of game design, and the devil is in the details of those decisions. So also it's an MMO. So it's one of those things that over time, we can tweak, we can learn not only from what we're observing in other products, but then how our core community is reacting to those like pain points or additions that we've made or changes, right? So yeah, we're absolutely watching it. I've been playing some Pantheon, not very much, just because of time, not because of not wanting to. I actually had the opportunity to kind of have like a few days of, I'm not even gonna say like static grip. That's a bullshit way of saying it. I was playing with a friend of mine, and we got in voice and had a blast. Like almost dying and yelling at each other and stuff like that. So I've enjoyed Pantheon to date, and we'll be playing more of it. But it is clearly a different game than what we're making, right? So, and that's not a bad thing. That is just it's a different game. Evercraft is a different game. Pantheon's a different game. Embers Adrift, different game. So that's encouraging, right? We can coexist like a bumper sticker. When will you guys get a category on YouTube? No clue. No clue. Every year or so, year and a half, we'll Google how to actually get the category again. I could have sworn like we've got to be featured on, I don't know, what is it, Super Bomb or something. Like we've got to be featured on. We need a wiki entry. We need to be featured on some website or something. Some shit. I don't know. So for now, they tend to auto categorize us as EverQuest, which I guess cool that, you know, people looking for EQ can find us through that, and we didn't do it, so it's not like we did anything wrong. All my homie says, I can see those being difficult conversations. Yeah, I mean, I'm used to being in development environments where you have, you know, occasionally you have meetings on stuff where you argue for a while, and then you try to do what you think is the best thing, and you observe it and you change it. If it doesn't work or whatever, have a plan B in mind, and that's just kind of been the nature of the beast forever. So it's difficult. It gets I don't know. Well, we're all remote, so it's not like it's going to get sweaty and stanky, and you know that like adrenaline stink, you know that like when you're sweating and it's got that like weird funk. There's so many design meetings and development meetings that I've been in where you like someone comes in, or if you go out to take a leak and you come back, and the meeting room that you're in just is drenched in that smell. To me, that's kind of the smell of game development, that and Red Bull. But you know, so I'd say it's not like we've had super difficult conversations to date, but no, I mean, we've had a few, but it's not like a regular thing. 15 minutes until this stress test is supposed to start. So haven't messed around on Hero's Journey EQ emulator world yet. Obviously big change from EQ original, but some fun aspects. I haven't, but the team has. So, and that's kind of a trend a lot of times. I'm very poor with my time management. So a lot of times rather than spend like, you know, 24, 72 hours or 2 weeks playing something, I'll see what the team's saying, because we've got smart people on the team that are doing that and making decisions in a lot of those areas. And I'll watch a bunch of videos and shit on whatever. I watch a lot of videos because I can skip around, or I can listen to somebody's summary. So. Sprinko said, "Oh, is Pantheon finally released? Following it for a few years back, but stopped." They've gone into early access, so you can check it out. You can get it on Steam. It's $40 on Steam to check out early access. I think it's worthwhile. If you've got, you know, everybody's money situation is different, but if you got $40, I think you can get $40 worth of value out of it. The folks that are like, "No, you can't," blah blah blah. Sure, I understand some people aren't happy with it, or it's just not some people's jam. Fine. But I can definitely see if you like these types of games, you can probably get your money's worth. I mean, come on. Are we going to release on Steam? No plan for that at this time. The Chunk 83 said Pantheon went too extreme with XP loss. Can lose an hour of hard grind and one death in the late teens. I will hopefully see that firsthand at some point and get a feel. I can't speak to it yet, but if you say so, fair. Vengeful Tempest, thank you for the follow. Ollie says, I miss punching people in a caffeine-fueled rage when we don't all agree in a meeting. We can bring it back, Ollie. Gotta switch the Red Bull out for Celsius? Really? Is it not, like, is it not soft drinky acidic and shit? Because I see it all over the place here. I've just never tried it. Talet says, I got my money's worth out of it already. See, there you go. Hey, Lasava. Yeah, I think it's worth 40 bucks. All my homies agrees. Ruger agrees. I think anyone in Eminem could get 20 plus hours out of Pantheon, even if you rage quit at some point later. So $2 an hour is in your budget. I think it's worth it, McGarren says. Pajami says, I'll play Pantheon on release in a couple years if it looks really good. Cool. Good one says, looking forward to this stress test. Hey, have you been in one before? Excited you're here. What's up, Simon? Albert says, I hit level 5 with my cleric this morning, so I haven't had a chance to experience loss yet in Pantheon. It's funny, I was 1 kill away from 5 when we were playing, and my friend had already logged, and I was exploring some shit, and I just kept exploring because I'm like, whatever, I'm not 5 yet. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I die. And I was just running around, and I saw something and was like, ooh, I want to kill it. And it was like a complete brain fart, and killed it. And as soon as I killed it, I was like, oh shit. At that point, it got kind of sketchy. I don't know if I died on the way back that time. I've been pretty good about not dying. I got one-shotted out by some like creature from the Black Lagoon looking dudes at one point, and I was doing /corpse and it wasn't working. I was like, shit. I went back to get my corpse, and the guy was basically just sort of corpse camping it, but I could have gotten it, but I didn't know about drag. I just thought /corpse, and it didn't work, so I was like, shit. And I just tried to sneak close and like LOS them and get it. Got killed again. Asked OOC like I should have done before, and they're like, it's /drag, and I was like, oh, I'm a dummy. But then I just paid like 5 silver to a mage, what are they called? A summoner. I paid like 5 silver to a summoner because I was like, hey, I've got some silver on my corpse when I get it back. And it costs like 5 silver to get my corpse back. So, I mean, to me, that kind of made it where it's like, well, that's no longer a worry, really. But I guess if no summoners are on or whatever. Vengeful Tempest, welcome. Good one, thank you for the follow. Ruger said, my only issue with Pantheon is really not a fan of Chevron mobs and random attributes they have, like acrobatics resistant. I could see that and agree on both of those. I could see where you're coming from. We got 9 minutes until the playtest kicks off. Yeah, I'm not. I think I've expressed that. Maybe. Yeah, I think I've expressed that here before, so it's not like new news. Chevrons, not so much, and like a lot of the sort of random characteristics of the same mobs. I'm too smooth-brained as a player to want to keep track of it, so I'd rather just know if it's got this name, then it probably does that kind of thing. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm scrolling up to find something. Echo the Wizard and Nonchalant Dragon, thank you for the follows. Simon, if you're here, say something. I know you're here, but if you're still here, say something. It'll make it easier for me. Hey, Voxen. Voxen says, hey, Robot, excited to explore the world when the stress test starts. Loving the environmental detail you all put in. We're just getting started on that stuff, but glad you love it so far. We'll have a lot of stuff going on with environments in the coming year. Nikos Kazan, thank you for the follow. Clinton Hobbies. I don't even want to know, but thank you for the follow. I don't even know that if that's what you're going for. It's me, Katie. Hello. Teddy Rumble says, Nick, thanks for making such a sick game. Can't wait to hop back in. The old Milt Bagger, thank you for the follow. Merry Christmas, Simon. All right. It's about that time. Teddy Rumble says, oh no, my patcher for Eminem is at 108% with no end in sight. Any chance you can release the game file directly? Nix responded with a reminder that is in the channel playtest announcements. And there should be a link there. And then Teddy Rumble said, false alarm just finished. That was a lot of action. Does it feel like Christmas next week for y'all? It's been warm as fuck in California, and it's not feeling like the holidays here. California was always weird that way to me, Katie. It's weird not having seasons. But yeah, it's been really busy this year. I'll be honest, it hasn't felt super Christmassy. Unfortunately, I love Christmas, and I promised like starting in October that we'd start celebrating Christmas, but it hasn't felt that way. Oh well. Ollie said sometimes it takes a bit longer because your nearest CDN node may not have the files. Is that what causes the 100 plus, Ollie? Because that comes up every once in a while. Or is it one of those things where we don't know? It's like whatever, patcher nonsense. Ooh. Oh, okay. Chip just had a great explanation. It makes perfect sense. The 100 plus is because when it's trying to download a file and it fails, it doesn't remove that from the total, so then it goes over. That may not 100% be what he said, but it's close enough, I think. If it's not, then he'll let me know. The Caldex says, so let's say you died in the last few minutes of the previous stress test. Will my corpse be where I died? It should. I don't know why it wouldn't. Just a reminder that this is a stress test. So for those of you that maybe haven't played before or sometimes, you know, forget that fact or whatever, it's a stress test. And the uh, the goal here is for us to sort of ascertain how things are going with regards to networking, server stability, etc. So you may have a good gameplay experience or you may not. That's not really what this is for. We're here for you to be bodies, to do things that our bots cannot, so that we can learn, so that in the future we can have play tests that are a lot more stable and maybe optimized in terms of conditions like the number of servers that we have up, etc. So that sorry, I just started reading Ali's response, I think, to my, or I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, but hopefully you get in and it's really smooth and it's really stable and nothing's warping and everything's good and you have a great time and you go back and you tell your family and your friends and your guild and every other game's Discord apparently how much fun you had, and then people show up for the stress test, and then in a year from now show up for early access. Yeah, tell your Moose Lodge, Foreign Legion. Megachurch, Online Cult. Liz said our local county news has been screaming that from today we could have a feet of snow. To be honest, I doubt there's going to be flakes, let alone centimeters, inch plus of snow. Probably for Iceland, but they love to scaremonger. Yeah, well, the Chunk said already sent out the PSA in our guild Discord an hour ago. LOL. Nice. That long for early access feels bad. Sorry, we got a lot of stuff to do still. It's not that long for us. That's a very short period of time for us. A lot of people may be busy with holidays. It's true. We may not have a like a, well, people are starting to come in. 75 people are in the zone already. Let's say we may not have we may not have enough to crash things, but I say that and then everything kind of goes wonky with like 90 people. I jinx it. Right on cue, 89 people. Dozakar still patching. Zhao Wang still patching. McNarf is here. We have 104 people in the zone. And that's a good start. Where's my scepter? I need my scepter. I forget what item that is though. I don't remember what item it is. You're probably not getting any game sound, I just noticed, because I remember I was talking to somebody the other day and turned it off because I couldn't hear. Hopefully this is not too loud. Biscuit says, back home, boys and girls. Nice. 132 people in zone. Wallabus says, UI looking mighty fine. It is coming together. Ollie says, yay, Nick has successfully turned the keys. Yeah, you're not home right now, right? Ollie handed over the keys to Nick. And it was successful. But it may not be a good thing, though. It may not be a good thing. Because that means that if Nick can turn it on, he can turn it off. And if Nick can turn it off, that means Ollie isn't setting it to turn off automatically. And if Ollie's not setting it to turn off automatically, then it can't accidentally not turn off automatically. So. Schmidrini says, liking the new health and mana bar UI? Exclamation mark. Hey, Pilgrim. Are there tool tips for what stats do in game? I don't see any info into character creation. Nope, not yet. Not yet, Owlbears. That'll be a future us thing. Maybe. Robert says, hey, Sean and community. What's up, Robert, buddy? Hope you're doing okay. Is the middle click thing in? Oh, that's a good question. Oh, and you can't see my shit because it's hidden under here. Let me move my UI elements. I'm talking about them. I'm looking at them, but you can't see them. That's not a good move. Here, look. Now you can see what I'm talking about. There you go. Yeah, new health bars. And then if you click with your middle mouse, we got a little stopgap in here for customization. If you click with your middle mouse, like Goblin was just saying, click, and that'll make this. Are you guys looking? So on my target, it makes that little tab go away if you want to clean things up a little bit. If you want to get fancy, you can middle click on your unit frame here, and it'll change. We got some options in there for you. Goblin and Keith have been working on this stuff, so be sure to give them a little good game, a little pat on the ass when you see them. Oh, I haven't even been checking the count. We are at 193 players in the zone. If you look, the spellcast element, the scribing element, breathing if you hop in the water, they've got new frames and stuff as well. Are we locked into Night Harbor? I think so. I would hope so for the beginning of the test, but I'm not 100% sure. You're not? Okay, you are not. Ollie says you're not. All right, there you go. So it's a semi-stress test if we get a lot of people. Yeah, Ollie said we appreciate you spending a bit of time in Night Harbor if possible. And then later, if things start to get a little wonky, then feel free to zone out. If you're a low-level player, you can still find newbie mobs in Shaded Dunes right on the other side of the zone line, and also if you're on the north side, in Sungreet Strand. How many in Night Harbor now? We've got 213, Ollie. Looks smooth so far. If the dwarves that are near me are any indication, yes. UI still feels responsive. Let's see. I said, look at that jump sync. Yeah, it's looking a lot better. I thought that, I just didn't say it out loud. All right, let's walk around. Little server error popped up. Where are we at count-wise? We're at 228 in Night Harbor right now. Yep. Jumps looking, Jumps looking better across the board. It's not just dwarves. The pet window is freaking out. I thought I saw some reports of, because we're doing UI work, I think I saw some reports of some elements potentially freaking out, but I don't remember what was said there. Zhao Wang asks, does the game support 3440 by 1440? No clue. Keith, who is one of the two people I just mentioned working on the UI stuff, asks, what is the pet window doing? Tupac, can you summarize? $239. Tupac says, my pet hit point bar is going in and out. Sarenth confirms it does support 3440 by 1440. Because that's what Sarenth plays on. I'm going to open up the bug discussion channel so I can kind of see if anything crazy is going on. So far, so good. Nicodemus says we're at 269 people in Night Harbor. Is it possible to increase the font size? It is. I believe it is /chat, font size, and then a number. So /chat, font size, one word, and a number. I think, Good one, are you soup in game? Because somebody also responded to you. in game if so. Nicodemus, that's a good reminder. We have a ton of commands, so if you hit /help, you can get a nice list of commands. There's a bunch of them. I think if you do /help space chat, then you'll get all of the commands related to chat and so on. So teach a man to fish. Unchained says the new player name, target, and pet UIs look good. I believe both of the guys that worked on that are in here right now, and I'll say thank you for them, but they may say it directly. Is there any way to disable auto attack turning on when using offensive skills? My muscle memory keeps turning attack off. I don't know if that's an option yet. I don't believe it is, but somebody from the team can correct me. Well, they both look cool. She's pretty. Yeah, let me know. I'm not listening to the audio from game, so let me know if it's too loud, annoying, not loud enough, whatever. If I need to turn down the various sounds, but also turn up the music. Struck, thank you for the follow. Music's a bit low. Hey, Fabrizio. Liz says, looking at /help, /attack off should stop auto attack. But is that just for macros? When do you plan on having us test the next set of zones? Fool Hila asked. I don't think we're going to preclude you from running around and looking at stuff now, but we're hoping you stick around Night Harbor for a bit. Good one says, sorry, I'm total noob. How do I see what my abilities do? I have them copied in my spellbook. So both in your spellbook and in your character sheet, if you hold down right click, it's going to bring up this menu here. If you hold down right click, it's going to bring up, here, I'll do it. There you go. Oh, I haven't checked. Things have been so stable that I haven't thought to check player count. 287 people in Night Harbor at the moment. Those of you that are helping answer questions in OOC, thanks for that. Unchained says Eminem is extremely smooth, fluid, and responsive. Hey, LMAO, what face? Thank you for the follow. Saren said, big improvement, props to Robot and the Eminem team. The big improvement is just the Eminem team. I had nothing to do with that. But I'll definitely, I will trail behind them on that one. I'll follow in their wake. Dula69 says game is running great at the moment. Good to hear. Let's look at the count again. If I don't wave or bow or do whatever to you, it's just because I'm slow. 287 players in Night Harbor. Still looking good. Dozakar took offense. I'm sorry, buddy. Thanks, Keith. How many of you are not in game yet? I'm curious. Dozakar says, on a serious note, it's buttery smooth this time. Very nice. Cool. Well, we need to get more people in. See if that persists. But I mean, honestly, like I said before, 280 people in a zone, it's working this well. In most cases, that's gonna be fine. Night Harbor's a interesting zone. We'll see. But generally speaking, we're in a pretty good spot. Plump Bratwurst says, I might be blind, but I can't seem to increase the font size. I'm going to stop doing accents and shit. Of the in-game chat. So /chat font size, one word, space a number like 6 or something. Should make it bigger. I think it goes up to 20. Hey Swanee, happy playtest day to you. Cool, you're welcome. What is the default? That's a good question. I thought the default was like 5. Could be wrong on that. But I thought the default was like 5 or 6. Let's see. How long is the play test? Eight hours. Ollie, what is the what's the lag in animation that happens sometimes? Right? You'll see it every once in a while, like it looks good, but every once in a while, like people's feet will not start for half a second, or you know what I mean? Like there's a thing that happens every once in a while, but it seems to be more about animations than it is. Ali said the velocity sync is not working so well right now. Chip was just saying that on in the playtest channel. More work to do. Okay, I heard something going on there, but I didn't make the I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Oh yeah, that's interesting. I don't. Oh, the guards are. Not only are the guards responding, they were kind of proactive that time. It's like they triggered off the patrolmen and helped. So let's watch and see how reactive the guards are this playtest. $281. Those of you that are in here, thanks again for helping us out with this. I may AFK in a minute and make some coffee. I saw that in OC. Thanks, Liz. $289. Let's look at some of these names, see if we can find some names that cross the line. So far, we're good. Can you give an example of crossing the line? Where's your line? I can't. I can't. Because if I give you the line, then you'll definitely creep right up to it. I'm like a Supreme Court judge or whatever. I'll know it when I see it. I don't know if he was actually a Supreme Court judge that said that. Kid Rock? That might be the case. Yeah, it looks a bit. Dude, we've got guards and watchmen all over the place. It is a much, much safer day in Night Harbor. Hey, Justin Beard, what's going on, buddy? Are you staying warm? Yes, we do have item linking. Wonder if this watchman's going to get back on task. Yep, there he goes. Perfect. Justin says, I'm thinking about going for some hot cocoa. It's colder than a penguin's butt outside. Where do you go for a hot cocoa? McDonald's? You don't even have to make your own. You just gotta... Do you guys still have the Swiss Miss in America? You still got Swiss Miss? That's... We do, but it just kills me. You can't drink the Swiss Miss, Justin? I'm sorry. It's better if you make it. Yeah. Does the card give us your recipe? Right on, Sna. How are you doing? Oh yeah, let me target somebody. Hey, Zukin. Borgo Bitwise says, I have a box of Swiss Miss on my counter right now. Amazing. Justin Beard, that's no good. I'm sorry to hear that. Full Healer says, what's the team's next major milestone with the development? The next big milestone, and it'll be a big one for us, is we're going to be talking about textures in the next... Well, conversation will probably start maybe tomorrow, kind of reviewing, because Pattis and Goblin and other folks have been working on getting our examples of like our final texture style in place, because there's been a lot of questions about like pipeline and how, you know, how scalable what each approach is and whether or not we'll be able to make all the textures that we need depending on the pipeline. So we're going to be looking at we're going to be looking at those. They've got some examples, and we're going to be working to lock that down. So when you come in for maybe even the next playtest, you may see that the mountains and things like that out there have a very different feel. Keith says we've been doing a lot of work on the faith system as well. Yeah, so there's like a devotion system that we'll have in place, and that'll start to allow you to do things like progress within your with your specific faith or deity, and that's a tiered progression system. You'll be able to renounce them and switch faiths and stuff like that. So Keith's got that in. There's seems like it's more so a lot more on the just kind of data design side of things to work with what he's got in so far. Stuff like that will impact faction, but for me at least, the big one, the one I've been pretty curious about, is the environment stuff. So because it's going to have a big impact. The game looks good already, like the the geo and stuff, but we've been using a lot of placeholder textures, and so that'll have a big impact. How many people on a server? That's a good question for a stress test. Oops. 298 people are in the zone. 342 people are in the game. Sonelson asked, y'all need help with 3D modeling, animating. If you are an experienced modeler and or animator, feel free to shoot me a DM. Like hit me up with your portfolio and we can get a conversation started. Any server stability issues? So far we haven't seen any. Jezebel said, I finally caught you live. Oh my god. Hey, it's good to see you. It's been a while, actually. If you are who I think you are, maybe I'm completely wrong. I might be thinking of somebody else. 303 people in the zone. And 343 people in the world. Jezebel said, I am. Nice. Otherwise, I'd feel kind of awkward. Ollie was just saying there's a lot of elves this time. Notice that as well. The elves look... I really like the faces on the elves have really come together. Hey, what's up, Fat Matt? Love spaghetti. That's right. I meant to... I didn't even think about it. Callum's got a good setup for us where we can see a lot of the different metrics. Who's playing, what classes, races, all that stuff. I don't have it set up today. I didn't think about it beforehand. Just Belly says, absolutely love the classic particle effects. Hey, thanks. Zukin's gonna be working on more of those. If he's not already started, he will be soon. Yeah, the guards are on point tonight. Just as I say the guards are on point tonight, Guard Amir is standing there not doing shit. There he goes. I was about to have to help out. Lightning Flash Light, is that new? No, Lightning and Lightning Flash has been in for a while. What race or class starts in that zone? The zone that I'm in, Xiaowang? Everything that's available right now starts here. Ollie, was that directed at me? Sorry. Yep, I see it. I just have to track down my info now, so I've got to track my last couple of Callum DMs. Okay. How come you goblins aren't there? You goblins should be there. I'm seeing goblins running around. Oh, are you looking at a different gate? So, yeah, let me clarify. If you're picking certain classes like cleric, paladin, rogue, which have guild halls on this side of town, you'll start here. This is the west side. If you're picking inquisitor, spellblade, I think some of the ones that are in Salt Breeze Park down there, then you'll start at the north gate. Beast Lord, yeah, you're probably at the other gate then. Yeah, it's the same zone. This entire giant-ass place is all one zone. Believe it or not. So, here. Oh, thanks, Holly. Have you guys been pretty happy with the leveling speed? Full Healer says, yeah. So far, it's felt pretty good. Invariably, over the next year, we'll probably find tweaks. Because there are a number of different factors, right? As more ability and itemization and other changes happen, that's probably going to change. It may affect different variables, which then we need to kind of tweak things and account for. But or we may find that it's feeling too fast, too slow, whatever, and then we'll tweak. So a year out from early access, I think we're in good shape on that front. Feels pretty good so far. If you're looking, things look a little bit different in Night Harbor for this test already. Oh, Neat. Just saw somebody running into a building there. We've got, I believe, every single building in Night Harbor that exists at the moment was taken, cleaned up, and had a new shader applied to it that's going to be the foundation for texture work that we're going to be doing. So Bjorn, our wonderful, beautiful Bjorn, has been hammering away at that and getting that ready for us. I love the draw distance and seeing people. Look at that little dude down there running. So you'll see things look a little different, and kind of everything's got a similar look at the moment. When we go in and we start doing the more final air quotes texture work, then we can start to do differentiation based on districts. So maybe if you're looking at the buildings, you'll notice they're a little bit different. You kind of get a feel there for where you're at, to go along with all the other ways that you can know where you're at in the city. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot going on. This coming year is going to have a lot of cool stuff going on. The other gate is over there, Xiaowang. Here, I'll start to head that way. So that's the north side of the city. Let me sell myself. $304 players in the zone. Goblacon says, am I nuts or did they add a second moon? And then Liz and other folks said there's always been 3. Yeah, but they've got dynamic moon cycles, so sometimes they, you may not spot one of them, or maybe a new moon or whatever. Yeah, so it's a huge city. But the city's got, I mean, it's got newbie yards in it, adventure areas, mini dungeons, entrances to places you may not have seen yet. Speaking of which, all right, so this is the north gate right here. Night Harbor's big, but doesn't have a sewer area with graffiti. I don't know if there's any graffiti in our sewers yet, but it's got sewer areas. And we'll be having more. You probably just haven't been in them yet. Those of you that are on this side of town, there's a bank over there, that beautiful building to the right, and there's an inn over there, that beautiful building to the left. Logan Salat said, "Test felt great, Sean. About to leave the dealership soon, so unfortunately might be all for me being a holiday weekend, and I will be on the farm the moment I get home to the family." That sounds wonderful, though. Thanks for popping in, and I'm glad I made a good impression. And enjoy the family and the holidays. Merry Christmas. Being on... Oh, you will be on farm the moment I get home to the family. I thought be on the farm. I was like, oh man, that sounds wonderful. On the farm for Christmas. I pictured lights, reindeer. It doesn't hurt that I've been occasionally browsing like properties in the US if we ever make it back, and kind of trying to find something as close to a farm with as little work as possible. Bill has said, "Sean, just a thought, but if this is a desert city, it's likely that a lot of people sleep on their roofs. The interior retains the heat from the day, and it doesn't have the entertainment of the stars." It's true. Ollie sleeps on his roof, and he has mentioned that before. Where was I going? I was gonna... What was I wanting to show? Yeah, but maybe more of the roofs need those little holes and stuff in it. I don't know if anybody's watched the series The Chosen. There's actually some really great reference in that series for the stuff that goes on roofs, at least back then. It's biblical era, for those of you who don't know. And they've got all sorts of interesting stuff and like little... what would be the term? It would be a like a little... I'm losing my English. Not ladders, like little crank to hoist stuff up, lower it down, and they do a lot of like drying of herbs and hay and stuff up there. So anyway, yeah, there's some really interesting prop ideas up there. May have to take a look at that. Somebody asked quite a while back about deep races coming online. Deep races, deep elves for sure, but then deep races probably going to be more around as we're tackling the deep elf zone and the first big update, our module 1 that's deep focus, that hopefully we'll be working on before we go into early access, and then have that ready and just being tweaking and tuning and polishing, finishing it up right after we go into early access. So Kumadar and Stab have both been spending the last few weeks over here in the bends. Those of you that are running around the city, keep in mind this tower over here where there are pale guards. Just spoiler, don't go over there, you'll get killed. So don't cross this bridge right here. Those guys right there will not be cool with you. Thought on high elves at launch time. Launch, sure, but early access launch, unsure. They're deprioritized relative to deep elves for us. We are a small team, so we do a lot of prioritization, but we also do a lot of jumping around and not necessarily following the schedule exactly, so you never know, right? So currently they're not scheduled for early access, but it could be one of those things where somebody gets a wild hair up their ass, gets a little crazy, whatever, and knocks something like that out. Anyway, new member, Kumadar, and not new member, Stab, both did a bunch of design work in here over the last few weeks. So if you come in here and you don't die, you'll see a lot more new prop work, a lot more variety in NPCs, some new faces, and some things to do. You can learn about the various gangs that rule this area and the conflict between them. You might even be able to align yourself. By the time you can actually come in here and level and play, you'll absolutely be able to align yourself and do some other things in here. I'm doing a poor job of explaining it. Sorry, Stab. In Kumidar. But if you're listening, feel free to type it up in chat. So, yeah. Some new stuff going on here. Downloaded the new build off of the link in Discord, but it's still updating. Is this normal? If you downloaded the link, I would think that you shouldn't have to update. So give it a minute, you shoes. If it's still doing it, then kill it and try again. Time to live out your dream of being a pilot? Yep. And over time, you may even find that these guys are linked to other folks in other areas. And then that'll be fun for us to play around with and just kind of see how factioning up with some of the different gangs kind of interacts with that content. That'll be neat. Chip, if no one answers you, yeah. Seems like it wouldn't hurt. You shoes, I'd hate to tell you to kill it and then start again and have it take a long time, but you may want to kill it and start again. Give it a minute and then kill it and start again. Zukin said that his patch was stuck as well. He killed it. It started again. It took him quite a while, but then he eventually got in. Hopefully it doesn't take you as long as it took him. But it sounds like it sounds like we may look at the patcher before the next playtest. So maybe we can fix or identify and sort of fix whatever that problem is. Fat Matt says, yeah, people posting their patchers at 500% downloaded, so I guess they downloaded other universes as well. $331 people in Night Harbor. Vengeful Tempest says, every time I try to go to Shaded Dunes, I lag out and get killed by mobs immediately. Feels bad. Yeah, Nick was just mentioning that he was seeing some weird stuff in Shaded Dunes as well. I think he was saying Shaded Dunes. So we'll look at it. Because that definitely seems odd, because how many people are actually in Shaded Dunes compared to, we've got 335 in Night Harbor. Doesn't seem to be an issue unless I'm just missing it. And 51 people in Shaded Dunes. So. Are you guys still throttling the movement as you did in the last test? No, that shouldn't be the case. Bit laggy in town this time, Pajami said. Is that visual lag or? Mulva Guy, thank you for the follow. Paracast, thank you for the follow. I think I missed that. Ali says we're grabbing profiles. So we'll pull the data and look and see what we can find. $330 people in Night Harbor. Tsunami-san says, just zoned into SD and character is stuck and won't move. That is an infamous bug that does not seem to go away. So what you'll have to do is kill your client and restart. Justin Beard says, Eminem runs well on the laptop I was able to get. Nice, buddy. Grick said, I died, but I can't loot my body though I'm standing on it. Where are you at? Hey, Grix. Vengeful says, load times on zoning are hella long. Ollie just got the zoning bug as well. Nice. Grick said, I'm in Night Harbor along the zone line of shaded dunes, but on the side of the road towards Wormsbane, if that makes any sense. Gonna try relogging. Let me know if it's still messed up. Does it have anything to do with auto running and zoning? I wouldn't think so. Echo Raccoon says, my fire beetle eye ran out of fuel, but I still have light. Interesting. we may not have integrated the fix for the zoning bug. So there may actually be a fix for the zoning bug that you just hit that works. It's just not in. So Echo Raccoon, what happens if you take the... Is that you right there, Echo? Are you this guy? It makes sense that it's you, but... Can you turn it off and back on? All right. Is pet rename not working? It should. Okay. What if you, Echo, what if you pick it out of the slot and put it back in the slot? Now, Thilon, he's turning that light on and off, so... Okay, I'll just write up as a bug. It's a fire beetle eye? Cool. I wrote it up. Thank you, Echo. Enjoy your free, never-ending fire beetle eye for this this stress test. $350 players in the zone, so it's continuing to go up. Who all 435 people in game. Greg says, alright, I was able to loot my body. I relogged and loaded into Shaded Dunes, tried to zone back, but nothing happened. Relogged again, loaded into Night Harbor, found corpse, and was able to interact with it. Well, that's less than ideal, but it's still better than not getting your body. So let's chalk that one up as a win for now. Oh yeah, that is weird. I didn't think it did that. Did something change? I thought as long as you held right click and then it did the same action again on another item, it'd bring up a second window. Have I just imagined that happening in our game the whole time, or did something change? I'm imagining it for real? Alright, well. Then yeah, I should probably do that. I keep doing that fucking thing with my mouth, so there'll be more images on Discord. Amazing. 360 people in zone. Feels like there might be a tiny little bit of lag. Maybe I'm imagining that. Now, it's about half a second, something like that. But that should be zone specific. You shouldn't be seeing that in other zones. I had a lot of lag from you, but it's a given, I guess, since it's East Coast. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Maybe that's a factor. A few of us are in Europe, and Ollie's just a bit further away. Okay. Chip and Ollie have confirmed there's a little lag. So it's not just us, Dark Tall. Yeah, it still feels good. It still feels, I mean, it's not like horrible lag or anything, especially for 360 people in one zone. Shitload of entities. Is there only the one area for Assure Scouts? I've been trying, but I haven't been able to bag one yet. You should be able to find scouts in, I think, both newbie yards and then both zones just beyond. Yeah, maybe not a super high spawn rate and a lot of people killing them. couple different folks are saying there's a good bit of lag for me, and Amatcha and Creedon 1 says both said they're seeing lag. Visual lag or responsiveness of the game? Because like I was saying a few minutes ago, we're seeing a little bit of lag with regards to responsiveness, but we're also at 378 players in the zone right now, so not super shocked on that one. But overall, it feels like it's less laggy than it's been, right? I mean, also just saw a guy fly up in the air. Yeah, that's a classic. So we may be hitting that point now finally. But up until what, like 350, we've been doing pretty good. So now that we're at 380, not super shocking if we see some weirdness. If you're getting visual lag, you may also want to try /hide corpse space all and see if that gives you a few more frames back. Yeah, the lag's picked up a little bit. Feels like it's about twice as long as it was the last time I did this. So, yeah, if you guys are starting to see a little bit of lag, then we're at 375. Green said, click a spell and wait about a few seconds before it casts. 1,000. Got, yep, still 381 players in the zone. 1,000. Yeah. Yeah, interesting that it's a different time for you than me. I'm over here in Germany as well. Where are you at? And then this server's on the East Coast, US. Vengeful said, the hype is real. This game is still sweet, way better than other games. Hey, thank you. You're at the East Coast? Yeah, interesting. All right, we're holding steady at 380 players in Night Harbor, who all 463 in the world. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break, after I answer this question, and then I'm gonna do a quick bio break, make myself a little coffee, and then be back. Is it Zilkaril or Kilkaril? I always wonder with an X at the front. Anyways, they asked, cool, Zilkaril. Carl. Zilkaril asked, just curious, what's the point of these stress tests? To see if the servers will go down, or is it optimizing zones or something? It's optimizing zones. Servers going down is not a, it hasn't been an issue for us. And it's really not a, and the tech guys can tell me if I'm speaking out of turn. It's not a question of like whether or not the server can support it. It's optimizing zones, and Night Harbor is like the worst case scenario for zones to date because it's just massive. Those of you that haven't seen it from above, I'll fly up and give you the sort of the scenic, the city shot, so you understand what we're dealing with right now. So this is a zone that's massive. It's got a ton of entities in it. It's got a lot going on, and we've got close to 400 players in it at the moment. So really, it's just using this like crazy amalgamation of different worst case factors to ensure that we get the zones as optimized as possible. And yeah, other zones, odds are you're not going to be running into this issue. And even with this zone, if over time we decide that for whatever reason we want to divide the zone up into separate zones or whatever, then in theory the city itself could, I mean, if we just divide it in half, it'd be double. So what is that? We're close to 400. That'd be 800 players in Night Harbor at, you know, with the current sort of level of lag or whatever. So anyway, that's a long answer to your question. It's just optimizing zones. Our servers, at least I can't remember servers crashing and shit, stuff like that. We're pretty good to go. When we have, you know, people distributed, especially when we are, when people were playing the same characters for several stress tests, play tests, and getting up in levels and distributing them themselves, it was, you know, it was stable. It wasn't an issue there. It's really just been slamming a bunch of people in here and seeing what happens. So, servers only crash when Ollie hits the wrong button. And even then, is it really a crash? It's more just like a restart. Eric said, Sean, my brother saw your character and mentioned the outfit looks like Dungeon Master from the D&D cartoon. Intentional? Yeah, we were talking about the outfit one day, and Zukin was kind enough to draw inspiration. Naturally, we would never like one-for-one copy anything because that might be bad, but drawing inspiration is fine, right? That doesn't seem normal. But overall, like, movement looks good on people. Guards have mostly been responsive. The perfect sword is 100% original work. That is true, Lasava. Do you have to do something for the guards to help? Peep says. I think it's just lag, buddy. Nail down that zoning bug and you're golden. I believe we have a fix for the zoning bug, and we thought it would be in here, but it did not get pulled into this build. So maybe next time. Yeah, the guards were doing really well earlier. All right, I'm for real gonna get up and go grab a coffee. I'll be right back. was eating gummy Smurfs and they are stuck in my teeth. Dula said, some guy just killed a quest NPC. I've been waiting 20 minutes to path around Night Harbor. Yeah. I have to look at that and see what the best way to address that is. Maybe just make them higher level. But which one were you following? Where are you at? Here, I'll help you out. I mean, with that one, at the end of the day, you can ask fellow inquisitors or whatever, and they can show you where to. You can do the quest. Yeah. I'm just wondering where he is, John. Not what quest he's on. You can do the quest even without the guys if you know where to go. Spoiler. Bjorn's got some new buildings in here, and they don't have doors preventing you from exploring them yet. That's pretty cool. That's fair, John. Yeah. Can't remember. I didn't think they had weapons when I first implemented them, but now everything has weapons. Somebody left a cauldron. That was you, Liz? Right on. Hey, Lasava. Couldn't figure out how to pick it up. That's a good question. I don't know. Is there a way to pick it up? Hey, Dula. It's been a while since I did this one. But I could have sworn it was over here. Oh wait, I don't have the stone. Come over here. You've got the stone. That's why I can't see it. Hit /look, or hit the look button, or use the / command. All right, you've gotten this one. Good. All right. What's the new Devotion Zero I'm seeing in my inventory? That is part of the religion systems that we've been putting in. Keith's been working on that. That will be linked to deities and faiths. Faiths? Faiths? I don't trust that guy. Watch out. Can you raise your devotion with agnosticism by proving you're even less sure of what to believe? Just sit around on the internet all day smoking weed. Cool. All right. Well, that's all the help I can give you today. See ya. Does Sorfall still have no temple? If she didn't before, she doesn't now. There's a lot of work to do when it comes to the gods. Kudo Juice asks what zones are 10 located in. Chat, you'll have to answer that one. I can't give spoilers. $358 players in Night Harbor. 479 in the game. I think just more people have moved out of Night Harbor. Red Forest says, love the crocodile running animations. They're really happy, right? Oh, they swim now. I think that should be in this build. If you're in the water and they're crocodiles, look and see if they're swimming. Want us to stay in Night Harbor to keep stressing her? It doesn't matter. I don't know if it matters at this point. They've been profiling it. I think they've kind of seen what they're going to see. So I would say probably until I hear otherwise, just go have fun. Got a few more hours, right? You got like what? Something like 6 more hours or something? Wintari in OOC says, wow, this game is sick. I already love it. Thank you, Wintari, if you're out there. That kind of thing's always nice to hear, but you want to know it, if I'm ever having a downer of a day and it's shitty weather and it's gloomy in Germany and I'm kind of like, not having a good time. The best thing I have found to do to get in a good mood is to close Slack, close Discord, and just get into the game and run around and or work on something, and it just puts me in a really good mood. It's not the same when I'm sitting here with you guys because I'm mainly focused on making sure that I'm watching chat and talking to you guys and all that stuff, but like when it's just me, Jasmine's at work, it's quiet, I just hop in and run around and I don't know. feels really nice already. It just feels good. Like, it feels very... It kind of feels like home, but also... I just... Yeah. Maybe it's because I've been in here for years now, but man... It's just... And that's the thing. It's not a criticism of any other game or anything like that, but it just doesn't... They don't feel the same, and there's a lot of work for us to do. There's a lot of stuff that we're going to be doing with, you know, textures and this and that, and you know, we see different polish things and zones and all that stuff. But I'll be honest, man, there's just something about sitting in here that just feels super comfortable to me and makes me feel good. So that's what I do. If I'm ever feeling moody, which for me, I'm a very moody person. I apologize, but yeah. So it works. Goblin says, running through Night Harbor, Bjorn shaders really put the whole city, even without the new textures. Looks really, really good. Yeah, we were looking at it earlier and just like sort of admiring it from above and flying around. And I was saying that that Bjorn has gone through and just like touched all the buildings, got the new shader on and stuff, and it's already made an immediate impact. So it's been fantastic. I think once we figure out the texture part of things, it's gonna really come together fast. I mean, just think about it, like how much of what we're seeing is dependent on like just getting that final piece right. And so I think it's gonna be a big leap for us. And it's gonna be soon. XV says, seriously great game you guys got here. I've been enjoying another game, but as soon as I got in here today, home. Hey, thank you. Standstill jumping makes you look like you're flying on someone else's screen, but not on your own. Yeah, it wasn't doing that the whole time. That was good earlier, so I don't know if it's load dependent or if something gets wonky or what, but it's definitely... It's something we've seen, we'll be working on. But thanks, Yushoes. Grick says, does take you to a certain place when you've got the stream off and you're running around in game. It's your pants. When you're in other games, you're kind of putting on someone else's pants at this point. Interesting analogy. Castatatus Lilium says, wow, I haven't been here in a while. Game looks better every time I see something new. Hey, thank you. John said, I do that too, Sean. A couple favorite spots I like to just sit and watch things go on. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it can just sit there and be a screensaver as well. It works. Interesting, but when you think about it, not that far off, right? Oh, the texture stuff? No, that's very in progress right now, actually. You guys have been working on that, and we just need to get together and talk about it a little bit more. So hoping that winds up being kind of like in the next days and couple weeks, we're in a good spot there, and then it'll really just come down to making them and getting them in place. Couple new server errors. Let me see if they're already being posted. Whoa. Oh, I know what's going on. Draw. Oh, wrong spot. Maybe it's in bug discussion already. Oh no. It's a goblin in a box. Like a little 2-second lag. Let me check Slack, see if anything's nothing crazy's going on. Yeah, so I mean the idea was to naturally have a stress test and see if the improvements since the last stress test did anything, but also I mean got Christmas coming up and it seemed like a fun thing to be able to do. I know the team was wanting to see if we could do it, and I'm glad they pulled it off. So, Merry Christmas, or whatever holiday you're into. I'm a Christmas person, so I say Merry Christmas. You are you're into whatever. Feel free to fire that back at me. Yeah. If this coffee can wake me up a little bit. Thanks, Groove. Whoever you are in here, I saw it in there. Put some espresso in that coffee. I don't have fancy. This is a fine cup of instant coffee. I'm pretty no frills. Love some nice espresso. One of these days, if we ever come up, like if we're ever big time, then maybe a little espresso machine. But for now, just instant coffee. Anybody have eggnog? Anybody drinking eggnog this year already? I'm so jealous. Oh, I meant to look on Amazon and see if I could get some eggnog here. Creedon just did. Oh. John said, I'm into the nog. Love it. Oh man, I miss like those just big ass, big like gallon jugs of eggnog that you could get at the Winn-Dixie or whatever. Man, I miss some of that stuff. Every once in a while when we're back in the US, anytime we're in the US, I will go by grocery stores just to walk around. Jasmine and I will walk through giant American grocery stores. Donk the Mighty says, out of character, Sean just drank some. Nice. Oh man, eggnog time, Keith says. Perfect. It looks like Nick's run into that as well. A few people have mentioned they can't rename their pet, so I thought you were gonna say monsters and memories themed craft coffee flavors. Maybe if we were like in a big time, we'd have to become like the fantasy version of the Black Rifle. Well, I mean, a lot of people do the fancy coffee. Like the package art is where it's at. It's like skateboards. They have so much good package art these days. Even if the coffee's kind of meh. Great package art. I thought you could get pre-brewed espresso to put into coffee. Yeah, well, you can also get like the little pods and all that stuff. But honestly, man, it takes a lot for me to be willing to use up any kitchen space for something. Excuse me. And the pods and shit and just, I don't know. Instant works for us. M&M themed eggnog. That's probably the best idea I've heard all day. Is it low cha or IO cha? This first time chat. IO. All right, IO cha, that's a good idea. We'll have to keep it on our list for if we're ever successful. What other eggnog comments do we have here? Bought eggnog specifically for this test. Jethris, I am both proud of you and a bit jealous. Tupac says, I'm drinking some whiskey. I won at a party on Thursday. That works as well. Quixana bought some eggnog to try and make ice cream with it. Perfect idea. Casitatis, I feel like I'm screwing your name up every time. I'll just say Lilium. Lilium says, I don't like eggnog, sadly, because it seems everyone likes it because everyone likes it but me. Something like that. Those words were roughly said and I just mixed it up because I can't read and talk at the same time. There's something going on. Okay, I thought I missed something in OC. Lilium's perfectly fine. Awesome. Let me check, make sure. Folks. Is this a different error or the same? I'll just post it. Until Slack tells us we gotta stop posting stuff. Those of you in-game helping Sexy Babe learn how to do quests in our game, thank you for that. Good luck, Sexy Babe. Make your own M&M eggnog. It's just a bottle of rum. We'll keep it on a list just in case. Don't know what the legalities are there. Grix is drinking run-of-the-mill coffee. Said 100% package art sells me. Then I regret, but I always think the package looks awesome. Just keep the package art around. I mean, if you're into like collecting things or whatever. McGriddle Cake says, man, aesthetically speaking, the game's looking great now. It's like someone improved the EQ textures and threw some insane shaders on top of it. Looks really good in game. Hey, thank you for that. It's gonna look even better. Promise. We're gonna take it even further. But if you're liking it already, that's awesome. We're pretty proud of it. I have some bottles for some of the worst beer I've ever had, but the bottles have sweet metal fantasy art on them, and I like that style of art. Exactly. I mean, that's the skateboard industry. Skateboard industry was doing that before anybody, I think. Goblin said, just now? Okay, so I didn't miss it. Goblin said, I'm doing a riddle if you want to recite it on stream. I'm where you'll rest after a day that is fine, in a place that holds a single-digit sign. Flip me, I become a loop that entwines, but upright I'm your key to recline. Where am I? Well, I don't know. I don't know if Goblin is... Oh, shit. This poor guy is being... Wow. I don't know if something changed with the faction. If there's a faction, I've never seen the entire area come to the defense of Noel like that before. Well, if you are a cleric or a paladin, don't expect to get anything done. Don't expect to get anything done for a little bit. Your NPCs are away. They're AFK. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. 342 players in the zone. And 458 players in game. I can reread it real quick, but Keith just posted it as well. Lilium, look right above you. Liz says, pet rename doesn't seem to work when it's the default name, possibly because it has spaces. It accepts it as the right name, but doesn't do it. I don't like that quests are limited to turning that in only at, say, level 3 or 4 instead of level 2. Which quest is it? I think there are only like 1 or 2 quests that have that sort of a level restriction on it. And I think it is maybe weird that it's on the turn in as well. Which quest? DeChunk83 says, any idea what is with the bug when you zone and it doesn't show your character, but it's in the game and you have to force reload? Yeah, died again, lost half heal. Yeah, we know what it is. We thought it was fixed and we were going to check it tonight, but it's fixed but not in this build, so we're not checking it tonight. So we think we have a fix for it, I guess, is the short answer. But it sucks for now, definitely. We've all run into it. Ollie just ran into it earlier, I think. So, Amatria says, Shaman starter quest seems to have it. We'll take a look. Need to check Shaman starter quest for level restriction. Matthias said, just lost a stack of copper bars due to some sort of desync between the anvil and my character, probably due to Night Harbor lag. I think you're trying to fool us. You're trying to get another stack of copper bars, aren't you? That's a likely story. There's only 358 people in here. Absolutely no lag. Did you see that? That was instantaneous. John says, wanting to sell a stack of copper bars I found. I'll write it down as a bug. Let's see. Well, that a player could lose. Here, actually, I'm just gonna clip this. One. Two. Did the NPCs ever come back? Try to repeat for the sake of science. Thank you, Matthias. We appreciate. Hey, speaking of which, that's good timing. Yeah, Matthias, before you do that, try /reload. How many people do we have out there that are like super trade skill nerds? Like, I know some of you, like Matthias, are doing trade skills, but a lot of times that's just very utilitarian in nature. It's like doing it just because it's a good way to grab some armor or grab some coin or whatever, grab backpacks. But Encrypt says, I posted in support channel. I keep crashing, trying to load in the game. Have you made it into game at all? This playtest, Encrypt. You have, and now you're crashing? What zone were you in? Shaded Dunes. What's your character name? Dozakar's a trade skill dabbler. Amechia's a dabbler. But do we have anybody that's like a hardcore, all you think about night and day or trade skills in MMOs? Anybody like that out there during this stream? Unchained said, my dad. Fielder said, yep. Coastal TC said, I found Goblin accidentally and he gave me equipment. Iocha says, sometimes I get really into harvesting. Chunk says, I got very addicted to trade skills when I played New World. They had a great system. Yeah, I'm looking for like that person that's EQ trader style, you know, plays the games for trade skills, loves everything about trade skills. Just curious how many people like that we have out there. But is that your dad, Unchained? Or I guess you, Fielder. Is Moonlight a thing now? Moonlight's always been a thing, but I think some of the lightings... I mean, I know the lighting's changed over time. Unchained said, oh yeah, back in the day, he had 12 tunes, none over level 20, all trade skilling. Right on. You'll get more Moonlight when there's more moons out. And we've got one full moon. Unchained, what different games does he play? Good one. Are you trying to sell stuff in the city? Is that what's going on? You stopped after EQ 1 and 2. Love Skyrim and modding it. Star or something. An MMO named Star or something. Star Wars Galaxies? Star Citizen? Yeah, that's I guess that works as well. Zenfar says, Star Stable Online. Fair enough. I don't know. I don't think we had crafting in Star Stable. All the turn-based games, Europa Universalis, Total Wars, started with. A buddy of mine worked on one of the Total Wars. I think he... I can't remember how long he was at that studio. Anyway, those of you that have like a bag full of animal and bug parts from killing stuff out here, and you're just baffled where to go to sell that stuff, right there. That inn has a kitchen. If you have stuff that's made out of meat and bone, there's a kitchen. That's where your food comes from. You go that way to the kitchen. You know what I mean? They're eating the bugs. We'll have to have an inn in one of the cities where you sleep in the pods and you eat the bugs. Just see a horde of people going to the kitchen now. Yeah, everybody's like, "Oh shit, really?" So funny watching everybody run by and having it be relatively smooth. 339. Why are the guards chasing? Right as I say that, I see like a weird. Oh well. Night Terror is stuck under the ground again in the necropolis. Dang it. Oh, I'm gonna die. I didn't set my character up correctly here. What? I died. But he may not be stuck in the pillar anymore. I was gonna like turn off my aggro. Or turn on my aggro and then make sure that I like pulled him out of there because I'm level 60 and I could not possibly die. Clip that. It's not that unique of an occurrence. Skill issue for sure. Hey, thanks, Lasava. Very nice of you to notice. Is he out? Is he running around? There he is. Okay, he's no longer. Look at all these guys. They look stuck. What's going on over here? Nav mesh issue, maybe? So north, the west side. Let me write that up and then see if I can clean this up. This last stress test game is looking really smooth. Was that you that just waved at me, the dwarf? But I had to run off, sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry I ran off, but Fly. Collision off. Here we go. Yeah, John, it may be a thing where the geo is, I don't know, the volume extends under there and the geo is not flagged properly or something, and so there's like a ray cast going through it and spawning them there. But like these guys, no, they're walking. So if they're mostly just stuck under that geo, then over there, then I don't know, maybe it's something like that. I don't think it's anything major. If that's even a thing, I might not even be, yeah, I might not be describing possibility. Collision on. Fly off. James, stress test's been going pretty good. I noticed a little bit of lag at about 400 people in Night Harbor. Didn't really break anything, but there's a bit of definitely a noticeable sort of like couple second delay. I think the total number of people in here is down a bit, like 350. So it seems manageable. And then we've got probably, I don't know, like 500 in the world. Let's see. 468. So below 500, but not too bad. But it's been a pretty chill playtest overall. Things have been relatively smooth. Pretty happy with the performance, I think folks would say. Oh, nice. Matthias replicated the bug and recorded it. Oh, that's beautiful. If you've got that uploaded somewhere, if you can get the link to John NS or somebody in Discord, that'd be pretty cool. Thank you for taking the time to do that. Where do I see skill levels? Hit the P button. P as in papa. Oh, noticing some weirdness now. That was kind of weird. The backdoor folks. I think I've seen them on YouTube. I've seen them somewhere, I think. If they're the people that I think they are. I don't know if you know this, but it's a butt reference. Not sure if you're aware of that. My 15-year-old son said, "That is not a curious jackal," followed by a quick zone in panic without even checking the con. You successfully jump scared him. Oh, did it transform or? By the way, nice. This guy right here, Stab, he put that in. This handsome lad. So, there is the source of your jump scare. Creepy. So, it's awesome that your 15-year-old's playing. How's your 15-year-old liking it? It's one of those things where it's like, may not be for every youngin', but I think there'll be some. He loves it. Had him start a more solo class, but he's still willingly switched to cleric. Oh, nice. That may be, parents may be the gateway for us. Once we're in early access, parents may wind up being the gateway for us. If we have enough like parents and uncles and aunts and stuff like that that are out there that check out the game, and it remains unique enough that you know, it's something worth trying because it's different. And then we get a bunch of like 15-year-olds or whatever, younger folks that start checking it out and playing it with the family. Then they know like where to communicate with other 15-year-olds. I don't know if it's the, you know, MySpace or whatever it is these days. And then word gets out, and then we wind up with a few people actually under 35 in the game. If you make the game iPad friendly, you'll capture that market. I don't know if the tech guys are up to that. That's a lot of optimization, I think. Zergoman, thank you for the follow. Aforementioned kid has arrived. Is that you? Nice. Welcome, sir. Welcome, young sir. I can't even imagine what it's like to be a 15-year-old kid right now. It's gotta be crazy. I'll watch my language because I know that 15-year-old boys have not heard any curse words yet. So I'm gonna watch my language. They got the Riz and be capping. No cap? Flashy Flash 89 says, I got into EQ at 12. My brother and his friends started. They were 17. Kunar Kara. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So many of the people that are looking forward to the game now started playing when they were like, on average, I'd say 11 to 15. Like the folks that, you know, that come in and they're in their 30s or whatever, a lot of them. I think, you know, I think we've got a number of stories like that. People on the team even. And so I don't So the big question is, if you look at the difference, like when EverQuest came out, it was the new thing, right? And then WoW came out, and naturally, tons of like 11 through 15, whatever year olds there as well playing that game. I think the big thing that people have commented, and I don't know how much I believe it, but the big thing that people have commented, and they may be right. The thing that people comment, and they may be right, is that younger kids these days, with all the options that they have of shit they could play, sorry, earmuffs, Zerg. When they could play anything, they're not going to want to play a game that's got some of the design like choices that we're doing, or some of the lack of certain quality of life things, or they're not going to want to interface with a quest system similar to this and all that stuff. So, but I don't know. I don't know if that's true, right? Like when I was 15, I was looking for weird kind of stuff that other people weren't doing to try to check it out. But I don't know. It could be a generational thing. It could be that young people won't play this the same way that young people played like an EQ, but we'll see. We'll ask Zergo Man for advice on this front. Bacon is Tasty said, question for wizards. When you turn in your first note to the Wiz Guild guy, you get a new note and are sent to get signatures from some people, but you don't get their names or a way to identify them. Any hints on who they are, or just ignore quest stuff for now since it's in early development? Pilgrim said, I started EQ when I was 11 or 12. I think Nick was leading raids when he was like 11. I'm at Shaya said that was me. I was 13 in 99. Yeah, a lot of the people in our community were that in that age range. Dozakar says he was started gaming on Office PC and was basically Half-Life, StarCraft, EverQuest, etc. He might be a weird example. Was distracted by dying to Jackal, so he might not answer. That's fine. Creedle said, with things like EQ existing, when I was a teen, I still had a lot of fun playing Mud, so there's a chance you can still pull in some younger without being top line everything. Yeah, I just kind of pictured if younger people are going to get into it, they're going to get into it because it is kind of retro and odd and, relative to most stuff that you see today, right? Like that a greater sense of exploration and mystery, and a lot of our design decisions are done to help preserve that sense of like mystery. Because if I just hold my cursor over everything and it changes contextually, right, then it's telling me what what's interactable. And oh, okay, I walk into a zone, I move my cursor around and it changed to a sickle. I guess I go over here then and harvest that, even though I didn't even see it. And then it turns into a little wheel, so that must be interactable and all that stuff, as opposed to like going up to it and using things like the mud actions and having to explore and maybe think like a bit logically, instead of there just being that natural kind of like, I just push a button and this happens, right? So I think I don't think it's for everybody. I don't think anybody on the teams felt that, right? I hope nobody got on the team thinking we were making a game for everybody, but the idea is, because Creedles, or actually Pajami says, I think they're willing to put up with a lot of mechanics like corpse runs, non-instance dungeons, etc. But when it comes to text-based quests, no map at all, even a basic one, etc., that's a harder sell. Yeah, I think generally speaking, I agree it's a harder sell, but the question is there a sell out there somewhere? is there a customer? Is it 1 out of 100? Is it 1 out of 10,000? Is it 1 in a million? Yeah, sorry, Zukin. Sorry, John. Advic said probably 1 in 69. One in every 420. Credo says, I enjoy having to actually pay attention to the NPC and do what they want, not just spam click through text windows and then follow window marker. Even if there's not like a I noticed that behavior for me in Pantheon. I'm not being critical of it. It's just a different design choice, but I'm being critical of me, actually. I notice I just click accept, accept, accept. I just accept everything. I haven't read. I've read. In all fairness, I've probably read a few. Just kind of like looking to see, but then I just accept everything and then open the quest journal because it tells me I have 0 of 8, 0 of 5, whatever. And that's just how I go. I don't know why they want them or anything out of it. I can't be disciplined enough to, if I can click on something and skip and basically get it, I'm the lazy person that like I just will click it and then I'll look at the objective counter or whatever, I'll look in the quest journal. It's the same thing getting my corpse back. I screwed up and didn't I tried /corpse to get my corpse back the other day and didn't realize it was /drag. And I had found my way back to the corpse using Loke because I'm not paying attention to landmarks and stuff as much. I'm not as scared of losing my corpse if I'm about to die /Loke. And better yet, if I don't release yet, I'll /Loke, right? Because I can die. I'm not forced to release, so I /Loke. I know the coordinates of my corpse. So I actually died to something one-shotted me. And I was like, okay, sorry, Zergo Man just said something. Face when you have to rescribe your cleric spells. Well, you have to remem them. They should still be in your book, but you do have to go back and get your book. They did implement /corpse and it auto drags you. Okay, I tried /corpse and it didn't do anything, and I asked in OC after I got my corpse back, and they /dragged it. And okay, cool. Yeah, you. What do you think about that, Zergo Man? Is that too far? Do you not like it? So, anyways, I didn't know it was /drag to finish my story. I made it all the way back to the dude, and I could almost get it, but I didn't have the buffer of drag, and so I tried to like LOS it and get to him, and I got killed again. And so I saw somebody in OOC going, summoning corpses for 20 silver or donation. And I'm like, hey there, when I get my corpse back, I've got like 5 silver. And he's like, okay. And so I was like, all right, I don't have to. I'm not even worried about that part of it, right? If it had been a little bit more difficult, like if that summoner hadn't been there or whatever, I probably would have gone back and tried to get it. And I'll be honest, it was a pain. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass, but I enjoyed that. Like, to me, that was a bit of an adventure. Like this idea that, oh shit, I died. I was somewhere new. What was it that one-shotted me? Nothing's one-shotted me before. That's kind of cool, right? And like, went back, found where it was, and like there was a challenge for me, at least. And I'm not trying to just justify like our decisions as well in someone else's game, but like I was solo, I was looking around and shit at the time. My friend wasn't online. I wasn't bothering to try to find a group or anything without him. And so I was like, to me, that was like a mini adventure. I was going out soloing, seeing if I could find rare stuff to harvest, which I do like. And I love seeing an OOC you know, or an auction, like people really paying for something, like whatever. There's like a there's some sort of a flower that people are actually paying a decent amount for, and I rarely see it, but I love that feeling of being able to go and like be the dude that spots that thing. The fire lilies, yeah. And there's also a moon one, right? Like I saw one at night that was I assume a conditional spawn, like a moon something. It was like, oh shit, this is rare. Right? Uh because at least for me, when I run around these games, if I feel like it's just progression, if I feel like, oh right, it's a fairly linear path of progression and there's no weird, you know, bug that I might be able to find that's not really a bug, but it's kind of like out of the progression loop, kind of not an exploit, but kind of an opportunity. If there's no random rare shit that maybe I'm the first person to find, if there's no opportunity to like be able to find that tier 2 component or whatever, or tier 3 component as a low level player, like then I kind of get bored as shit because I can just, you know, I'm not saying that the experience is going to be boring, but like in some games it winds up being very just kind of, all right, I see my spells, I kind of get a base feel for my progression rate. You know, the quests are just quests, you know, and this is something for as much as I thought WoW was a beautiful game and played really well, and I had so much fun running around in it and stuff. I just felt sad that there weren't those weird kind of things that I could find like in EQ, even though nothing I found in EQ was ever unique or significant or whatever, but there's that feeling at least that there might be something cool here. And there might be a weird opportunity. And so, yeah, anyways. So I liked harvesting in Pantheon. I liked trying to get my my corpse, but then as soon as I saw that I could just get it for a few silver donation, then I was like, all right, do I need to do a corpse run every time? No, probably not. The run from Wild's End to Thronefast puts Freeport to Kanos to shame. Interesting. We may have to my buddy and I may have to do that soon then. When you say it puts it to shame, is it the variety? Is it the length of time? Is it the distance? By the way, sorry Zergo man, I saw that you said that it was fine earlier and I was on a ramble. The danger and the distance. Nice. Like a 50-minute run. My first run from Kanos to Freeport was an all-nighter. I think we did it pretty suboptimally, but we also did it at like level, I think the cleric was like, I met a cleric who wanted to do the run with me. I had never met him before, and he was level 11 and I was like level 8 or something like that. I was a warrior and he was a cleric, and it was one of the most epic nights of my life. From Thronefast to Wild's End is more epic than the run from Painio to Unrest. Nice. Yeah, we'll have to do that run. The Chunk disagrees and says that he did the run at level 1 in 40 minutes with no aggro. I think he did it wrong. Freeport to Kano is much longer. I just remember the sun coming up the next day in real life when Arist and I got to Freeport finally, and the sun coming up in Oasis, and it was just like palm sweating and stuff because I was bound in Kanos the whole time. I couldn't bind. And so he would bind every time we got to a new zone, he would bind. And then if we got aggro, he would train stuff away from me and die if necessary. So that I could get to a zone line. And we did that all night from Kanos to Freeport. Probably took us, I don't know, man. It was ridiculous. 4-6 hours or something. It just felt like it was all night. Because there was like us running away and then having to recover his corpse, and we went like that kind of southern route through like Lake Wrath and the mountains and all that stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Unchained said, my first run was a level 11 ranger, made it all the way to West Commons, Hill Giant, and Splat. I had to do it again naked. Still very epic. Grick says, if you decide to make the run from Thrumpfast to Wild's End and you're not some mob dodging guru like Tachunk, make sure you bind at the bind stones along the way. There's one in Skydarvin in the Silent Plains. I may, I don't know, I may roll an entirely separate character to try that out. Bacon is Tasty says, I'm enjoying the Paladin class in Pantheon. I like the mechanics for Wrath and Readiness and the skills. I've been enjoying my Cleric a lot. Feels decent. My buddy's a Ranger and I'm a Cleric. Unchained says, Paladin and Pantheon is smooth. Tupac says, Dire Lord is smoother. Speaking of smooth, I can tell a massive performance difference between running after mobs and lag time hitting them. Feels great. Y'all are doing great work. Thank you, Katie. Pajami, when was that? In a more recent video? I need to catch up, I guess. I haven't watched Bob's videos in a couple weeks, I think. But I saw him in there playing. Be curious to hear what he said. Yeah, I saw that. I just haven't his most recent stream? Okay, I'll check it out. Tupac says, our group crate isn't openable. I don't know that I've seen that reported in here yet. If it persists as a bug, then let me I can toss it into the bug thread. What's up, Riveries? Sorry, 308 people in the zone at the moment who all 440 in game. It's behind us if you come take a look. What character name are you using? What zone are you in? Oops. Ah, Shade Dunes. Alright, I'll zone over. Those of you that kind of pop in and go. I know there's you know, we're constantly churning through people on stream. Just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. I hope you have a good time. Hope you have. Hey, did I get the zone bug as well? I got the zone bug. Is that me with the zone bug? It is. Alright. Let me kill this and come back. Are there any Eminem Christmas songs? No. You enter a void when zoning. I noticed that more on the road. I've noticed it a bunch on the road as well. I don't think they're related though. I think it's just coincidence because I happen to run down the road when I'm zoning a lot. We have a fix. Let's see if I get in. Hey, what's up, Isan? Logan. Man, I'm sleepy, guys. Who's your favorite? Keith, you got a level or something. Goblin, I also think when it's running smooth, people are allowed to just kind of fall into it a little bit more. Though, not to take anything away from what you just said. Oh no, I was just tossing it out there as well. Bomb knocker. Hail. Goblins are gonna. We'll probably have to write that into our customer service rules as well. What constitutes a bad name? Is it a goblin? Duststorm and Night Harbor kicked off. You guys are liking it? Cool. Alright, Astrid's here. Sexy Babe's here. Beethoven's here. I'm not going to be able to see it if I'm not in your group, right? But just to reiterate, Goblin, I think it's multiple factors. So again, not to take away from what you're saying at all. And I think in the coming playtest, people are going to be really, really happy as more of those changes come online. I think I might need an invite in order to see what's going on with your box. Could be wrong, but I think. All right. Maybe I need to reload then. Reload, because I don't see it, so that would be something. The reload. Hey, Chango. You guys think you'll have servers up on Christmas? Probably not, but I love that you asked. Basically, all you have to do, Zerg, is ask questions or say things, and it'll always warm my heart. Know that a young man such as yourself has taken an interest in our game. Yeah, so I don't see it. Maybe that's a known thing. I'll write it down. John can sort through what is not an issue or duplicate or whatever. What's up with the storm in Night Harbor? It's dusty. Sometimes there's dust storms, just like in real life. Okay, Keith said I was able to confirm it's an issue with group crates, but not normal crates. Okay, cool. And John's aware of it? That's a known thing? Will you allow dragging items to the hotbar? Like tread skill tools and hot swap them? You can do it now, but it's a little clunky. Like if you just hold on to... actually, let me use a different example. Like my lantern here, and I go down on my hotbar. Now I'm right clicking it. That's what you mean, right? You just gotta hold it until you pick up the slot, basically. And then I can... Well, I can't because it's a bag. That's a bad example. Here, let me go. Hold it down longer until you see the gray background. That worked? Awesome. Bacon is tasty, yeah. Thank the big buddy Zukin for that. He did that one day, and it made my, I think, multiple weeks. Will druids be able to stop sandstorms? Individual druids? I don't know, but it might be kind of cool if it was like a group spell that had to be cast, if it was like a ritual. So if you want druids to be able to stop sandstorms, then bug Nick in Discord and ask if there could be a ritual that requires X number of druids to combine their druidy efforts together in order to fend off the storm. That way it's not too OP. Can druids start sandstorms? That's the flip side. It would need more druids. You would need like 20 druids to get together to start a storm. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't require that much. Maybe just high reagent costs with multiple druids and yeah, some sort of ritual channeling. That would be fun. But you've got to bug them. If druids could start sandstorms, that would be the Darudest thing ever. That's hilarious. Maybe it should be bards then. Then a goblin trains a giant on them and interrupts the whole ritual. Yep. Bound to happen. Logan Salat said, so is the end goal 10 abilities slotted at a time? Man, this game has some insane couch controller potential on the road, if so. Maybe 12? 10, 12? I saw something earlier. I can't remember if it was hot bar or if it was ability bar. Shit, I don't want to say it. I don't want to speak out of turn. Let me go look. I thought ability, but now I'm starting to think hotbar. Hotbar. Okay. Cool. Oh, hey, you're right. There's a sandstorm. Interesting looking color, though. I think the color's slightly different than it was. That's what it was. That was the thing you did earlier, right, Keith? Hotbar. Okay, I was like... Still something to know to see that. I don't know, I kind of feel like we need to tweak the color on the storm a little bit again. Then again, if you've ever been to Panama City Beach, I guess I could kind of see this happening, but still. Yeah, it does feel a little smoky, huh? How many people we got in here now? We had some more people show up. Slight lag on that. Who? Is there other lag? Yeah, like a second, but that's not bad. In town, it should be less within the walls. I think I also think... Is it being blocked in buildings at the moment, either? If I go indoors, I don't think it's counting that yet, either. No. Not in the basement of the Enchanter house? Really? Sand gets everywhere. Yeah. Oof. I went to basic training in Georgia, and sometimes sand would get places, and it was horrible. Fort Jackson? That's Mississippi, huh? No, is it? Is Fort Jackson, Mississippi? South Carolina, okay. I don't know why I was thinking Mississippi. What MOS is that? Not the number, the actual, what is it that you guys did? Right on, Isan. Goblin, we were just talking about that. We were saying that it should take a few druids together with special reagents doing a channeled ritual together to change weather like that. Otherwise, they're too powerful. Signals, commo. Oh man, you guys, you signals guys, you're my heroes these days. I'm trying to learn about that stuff, and man, got a couple books, and I follow some people on Instagram and stuff. I'm just getting started. I'm doing the usual sort of Balfang progression. As long as they can also turn it on. We were saying that it would be more expensive and you'd need more people in the ritual to turn it on. Turning it on is kind of a big deal. What time is it? 10 o'clock my time. About 4 hours in. Man, it's just going and going. Where are we at? 300. And who all? 430. All right. I glad I have a mental map of the city now because I can't see shit. Fair point. Yeah, overall, guys, I gotta say, pretty smooth test. This is, I mean, just even based on just this performance, I would say that, technically speaking, we're in good shape for future playtests. That's just my opinion. That's one person's opinion. By praying to my cat god, the sky has ceased. Which is your god? I forget which one's cats and which one's dogs. For a 15-year-old, you've got a solid old school MMO sense of humor. I look at it like this. If you wind up being the only 15-year-old that plays our game, we're good. We've got it covered. we have an awesome 15-year-old in our inventory now. Those of you that have popped in and you haven't seen it, the guys have been working on getting the sort of top-level UI elements updated. So check out your target, look at your unit frame. If you if you middle-click over the element, it'll change it, and so it'll remove that tab. If you're in a group or whatever and you want to get rid of where it says group, and then if you do it on yours, you can scroll through some cool additions that Keith and Goblin put in there. Eltindra is your goddess. Right on. Got to get shopping during the holidays. Got to get some writing going. Get some more god shit going. Yeah, so there you guys go. Silver Dragon. Hey, there's a dragon right here. It's silver. Perfect. We did that just for you, Silver Dragon. Thank Keith and Goblin for that. Rar indeed. Anchor for all you sassy sailors out there. Whatever this thing's supposed to be, I don't even know what that is. It's weird. A turnip, if you're into turnips, apparently. We got a white snake. Yeah, it might have been Grix. If I'm a dungeon master, then I got this nice die 20 up here. How dare I? Yes, there's a delightful mandrake over here. You can't see it really well, but oh, interesting. Yeah, but it's here, man. It's here. You can trust me. In the Still of the Night, that was not a weak White Snake reference. That's a great White Snake reference. And as a teenage boy, when White Snake was on MTV, I think all of their videos were probably top notch. Looks like the Mandrake is doing something obscene to the player frame. Yeah, that checks out. That makes sense. Like I said, Keith and Goblin worked on this, so you're lucky there's... Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. You're lucky that his leg's in the way. Is the green Lego meter gone? No, you just got to push a button for it. Push F11. Yours doesn't change when you click it? When you middle mouse click it? If you get 70 copper, you can start selling disease poison cures. Do you want to hear a trick? There's a infinite money trick in this game. You're welcome, Isan. But don't tell anybody else. Who was saying, was it John or somebody that said, oh, Quixana said, I like how people gravitate to the campfires, people place around the world, around the desert, meeting random folks by fires at night. Yeah, it is really cool to see that happening. It makes sense, right? It just makes sense. Isan, I know that is not true. So anyways, Zergo Man, if you want to make cash, this is an early life lesson for you as well, since you're a young person. If you've got some cash, You just need to start with a little bit of cash, and then you find one of these shifty guys. We need a comb over. Now that I think about it, I think we need at least one gnomish comb over. This guy needs a comb over. So anyways, a gnome over. Perfect, John. You come to this guy with whatever cash you have, get some cash, find what you can afford to buy, and then buy those things, but then you've got to know where to take them to sell them. Right? So if you buy like a bad eye spoiler, you can sell that to a cook because they buy meat and like critter parts and bones and shit to make the food. Right? Like bat wings, perfect for sushi, soup, whatever. So anyways, you buy this stuff and then you take it over here to where the little inn is here inside the gate, and then you sell it and you're going to make a profit. And then you just like, you do that for a bit. And as you get more money, you can buy more expensive stuff. So that means you make, you're making the same profit, but you're making more actual cash because math. And then if you do that, then you can do that forever and just keep making money. At some point you'll be able to afford a donkey. Teaching my kid to run import scams. I mean, where did Zergo Man get all that money? Import-export business. But you'll eventually get a... yeah, as long as people are lazy, you'll make money, right? That's the American dream. So, and you can just walk your donkey back and forth. You might have a push cart before then. Hey, it's Jeebus. Seasonally appropriate. Merry Christmas. If you kill the harlots on the docks afterwards, you can get your money back too. I don't know that that's 100% confirmed. Jordan, how do you know about the harlots on the docks? That's... Alright, so that's you, Zergo. Right on. Perfect. Again, a winner. You've got a sharp one, Dozakar. Seasonally appropriate character, tongue-in-cheek, humor, running scams already. High five, buddy. Living the dream. Proud parent right there. You're a cleric too? I will give you 8 out of 10 points for a cleric. 10 out of 10 would have been necromancer. 8 out of 10 I'll give you for cleric though. And I do think you can summon bread. So but anyways, Merry Christmas. We don't want to lean into it too hard. I have to admit, I do maintain a certain sense of humor with it, but if we go too hard, some of my fellow believers may not, and they may get offended. Speaking of, if folks haven't watched the series The Chosen, excellent series, recommended for you guys if you're looking for something to watch along the holidays. Yeah, things are running pretty smooth in here tonight. This is exciting, man. Looking good. Good job, guys. Did I see Chosen on XM? No, I think we watched it originally on the app, like Angel Studios app or something like that, but it's moved somewhere else, I think. And I bought my dad all the DVDs. I'd have to ask Jasmine where we watch it now. Vengeful says, game is sweet, want to play full time. Awesome. Night Harbor is a tad laggy, but Shaded Dunes was real nice. Felt great in there. Yes, nah. It's we're still at like right at like 300 people in here, so 300 people in the zone will definitely accept a tad laggy for now. I think that's a hell of a start. Check it out. Always looking for something new to watch. I'll look it up real quick and see where you can find it. I think you can find it everywhere now, though. And you don't have to be religious to watch it. I think it's really like well made. I love the sets and stuff. A lot of practical sets instead of CG. They built out like entire, they built out part of Jerusalem. They've got the entire the entire sort of core town there. So. Pilgrim said, my wife and I just finished first season the other night. We're really enjoying it. Man, wait till you get to the next few seasons. I think you can just go to thechosen.tv. We are waiting for the next season. It's gonna be something. Right on. Cool. Yeah. If you guys check it out, enjoy it, and let me know. It's good stuff. I thought it was a well done TV show. Well, I mean, I thought more than that, but for I guess sake of professionalism and stuff like that, here I will say that I thought it was a well done TV show, and then kind of if you know, you know. If you're into that sort of thing, you should be into it. It's good. Though it is kind of funny watching the series and being like, I wonder how this ends. Oh. Crap, I've read the book. Spoilers. Hope they don't kill off the main character. Exactly. That's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. Main character is super likable. Just sold your skinning knife. Oh no. That's not good. Yes, Swanee. Silver Dragon said a little bit ago, we've come a long way from it taking a full minute to scribe a spell. Yeah, it's running a ton better. See? I mean, it doesn't feel like we have 300 people in the zone, right? I mean, there's like a tiny moment of lag for me, but other than that, 300 folks in the zone right now, not bad. And 439 on the server, but again, I don't. Maybe the tech guys will tell me I'm wrong or something, but I don't think it's it's an issue with the server. So we had 10 zones distributed around the world here with 300 people, then it should be about the same as this. But we haven't done it before. But to the best of my understanding, the problem hasn't been the server. It's just been how many people can we load in the zone. But it will be interesting to find out. Yeah, it's not on the server. You zone inspection normal, much better than before. Yeah, so then for us, it really becomes like when people ask how many people can you have on a server, it's really going to be more of a content question than anything. So once the full game world is built out and we're going into like 1.0 style TLPs, or even just as there's more of the game world built out, and we're doing TLPs later, there's a bigger distribution of players in the the initial weeks of the server coming up. We should be able to hold a fair number of folks, man. 300 plus in a zone is impressive. Yeah, we'll take it. For this sort of level of responsiveness and stuff, definitely take it. And it's it's just charming. I mean, I'm inherently biased, of course, but look at this shit right here. Look at this little gnome. Got a cool name. Got a cool pet follow him. Mysterious. Shit. Think y'all should put in the headless now? You probably want us to do that later on, right? You want to play some more without anything breaking. Nothing cool about gnomes. You keep telling yourself that. Ooh, guys, I'm so sleepy. Love it when people should talk about fantasy. Yeah, I'm a big fan of in-game fantasy racism. Gnomes hating everybody, everybody hating gnomes. I've really come to love the Wood Elf faces. What gnome face do I have? Grumpy. I think the name of this face is Tired of Your Shit. It's just... But Dwarf face is good as well. Halfling Pompadours win. Oh, I can picture it, I think. Only Gnomes, Zergoman. Want that domain so bad, but it's last time we checked, it's $2,800 for that domain. If our merch store turns a profit, it may be one of the things we'll have to do a yeah, exactly. We'll have to do a vote on the team to see if we want to spend $2,800 on buying it. But like, I really would love for our store. I would love for onlygnomes.com to redirect to our merch store. A gnome fund me for it. Yeah, maybe once we start taking merch money. Can't cheapen it out. You can't go cheap, Tupac. People will know if you cheapen it out. Papamo says, got into the game, can confirm that it does not work smoothly on an Intel NUC computer. We'll have to buy a legit gaming rig by this time next year to play. I'm sorry. Johnny Bravo, Pompadour with a rat tail. Nothing wrong with rat tails, according to 14-year-old me. Can we get the mouse scroll wheel to be 10 times faster in the merchant window? That's what I'd like to see. That's what I'd like to stress. Eventually, by the time we go live, you will have so many options when it comes to input and UI. It'll blow your mind. You know what I noticed? One of our wonderful team members is streaming, but when he streams, he's unofficial. So keep that in mind if we were to raid him at some point. But you can still ask him questions and stuff. But it's 10:30 on my end. It's a 4-hour stream. That's going to be probably a long enough VOD. What I may do is wish you a Merry Christmas. Zergoman said if you're a Padawan, a rat tail is perfect. Unfortunately, I was not a Padawan. I was just a kid in Alabama with a rat tail. But I was like a peanut one. The wonderful Chinny D is streaming, so I may raid him, and I may say Merry Christmas to folks again, and then raid him. Oh, by the way, did you guys see this? You weren't here earlier. The people that were here early got to see this, and you guys didn't get to see. But if you keep an eye out for the update coming soonish, you'll get to see a few more images of the work that's been going on in our wonderful Evershade zone. So it's gonna be a good one. There'll be more. Don't worry. Yeah. So Merry Christmas, guys. And what I'll do is I'll see if it's possible to raid Chinny D, and then I'm probably gonna chill out. Thank you everybody for being here. You guys are fantastic. Dark Inside, hello. I meant to say hello like forever ago. You haven't been here since the start of the stream. That's not true. But Jordan, Primus, Fielder, Silver Dragon, Keith, Dark Inside, Lasava, Chuliane, Grix, Zergoman, my new best friend, tenderly entering, Creedon, Nicodemus, Zukin. Yeah, we're saying goodnight before we raid Chinny. You got a Merry Christmas in here as well. Thanks for streaming. No streaming next week. Yeah, I think we're gonna be doing a little bit of traveling and being lazy and stuff. So probably not streaming next week. We'll see. Yeah, I accidentally ignored Dark Inside. But yeah, so you guys stick around though. Stick around. We'll raid Chinny. Chinny's fantastic. He's a much better streamer than I am. You'll have more fun there. And hey, Isnova, thank you. Kwani, Merry Christmas, buddy. Justin Beard, Merry Christmas, my friend. Pajami, good night. Chili Sauce, you're welcome. Sna, you're also welcome, and Merry Christmas. Quixana, Merry Christmas. Nicodemus, Jasmine said if you didn't hear it. Grick said, I'm slightly concerned that the cook is paying a higher price for cooked human meat than other cooked meats. I mean, it's more exotic. All right, guys. Let's see if I can remember how to do a raid. Boom. Start raid. Why does it say knock? I just want to... I don't want power-ups, nothing. I want to raid them. Right now.